Hello. Welcome to Sprints because I got to work from home today. So I decided to do earlier sprints.
I love that.
Right? It's
I love
great.
sprints that I can stay up for the end of.
This is right. Yes, true. So that's what we're doing today is sprints. How was your Wednesday?
Good. I went to the office today and nobody else, because we're hybrid, nobody else in my department was there.
Oh no.
I was like, really, guys, the one day I don't work from home?
That's great.
The
It's
one
great.
day.
That means that you're still technically working by yourself.
It was. Yeah, but I needed to pick something up after work in the cities that it's located in. So I was like, all right, I'll go.
And might as well. I do still exist, guys.
But yeah, it was good. And then Cassie had her first ever like full day of work where we didn't use treats and she did off leash work. So
Nice.
I was like, what a good dog.
Nice.
Yeah.
Schmidt had his evaluation for puppy play school today.
Ooh.
Apparently, he just sat there the whole time.
These dogs are not big. What are they?
She's like, yeah, we let the lazy ones out first, the low energy ones, and he just like didn't care. And then as soon as the puppy came out, then he was like, all right, let's do this.
I see lazy big dogs all the day.
That's
I do
right.
not need these.
Anyway, what are you reading today? Or what are you doing?
Well, I have 2 books on the go right now. At Midnight by Dahlia Adler.
Oh, nice.
Well, edited by Dahlia Adler.
How is that one?
You know what? It's kind of hit and miss. Where like some of them are really good, and then some of them are like, all right.
I mean, that's pretty normal for short stories.
Especially by different authors, right? So
yeah.
But the one by H.E. Edgman, who wrote like the Witch King,
yeah,
that was really fucking good.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I think Darcy Little Badger did one from that?
Yes. I didn't love it.
You didn't?
It felt like it was trying to kind of, like Louis and Ant-Man. Luis in Ant-Man, where he's like, so let me tell you. So it was like 2 narrators, and the one narrator was like a lot like that, and I was just kind of like, okay,
gotcha. Yeah. Nice. What is the other book you're reading?
Chain of Thorns by Cassandra Clare.
That gigantic brick.
Yeah, this weapon in book form. Yeah.
So I pre-ordered that, and now I don't want to read Chain of Iron, and now I'm tempted. I am thinking about just unhauling every Cassie Clare book on my shelf, because I was like, that's a whole shelf. I can put something else there.
Yeah. On the other hand, you will have to hear Margaret and I talk about it then and not know what's going on.
I know, but like, I don't care.
Yeah, then don't read it. It's so many pages if you don't care.
Right? I was like, I'm like dreading it because that Chain of Iron, like the audiobook is like 24 hours long or something like that.
Well, you could just listen to the audiobooks anyways. Like if you, let's say let's say that you wanted to know what happened.
Yeah.
Then, yeah. No, I have them because, I started reading these books when I was in grade 7.
Makes sense, right? I didn't. And so now I'm like, I'm not attached to these characters.
No. And I feel like every year a book comes out, I'm like, I'm not that excited for this one. I'm like, it's fine. And then fucking Will or Magnus says something and I'm like, oh fuck. And I'm like, why do I care?
Right.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't.
Oh yeah. Hello, welcome. So I am reading the group book for Rom-Comathon. Do I Know You? I am not very far into it right now though.
Fair.
What was I? I was just listening to the audiobook while I was working. I'm 18% in. But so it's going. I don't know if I love it yet.
Ooh.
I feel like there's been like some just like weird things that have, because like they start off by like acting like strangers, and I'm like, nope, nobody does this in real life. They're like, I was like, the whole thing is that like their marriage feels like dry, and so they're like go and like they are on this retreat, and they like somebody introduces them as if they were strangers. And I was like, that doesn't happen. Maybe if we just talked about it.
A little psychotic.
I was like, if you would just, I don't know, tell your partner that you feel like the marriage is dry, maybe you could just fix it.
I don't know, but I've heard therapy works. Wow.
Weird.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is it's been all over the place when it comes to like people that have been reading it and like ratings. Like some people I've seen 5-star and I've seen 2-star ratings for it.
Okay.
So, you know, we'll see.
I feel the same way about our book though.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of people reading that on Monday night
that like love it, and then people who
but like hadn't gotten to the third act. So because every rating that I was looking at, like that I'd actually read the whole thing, said the same thing.
It was never going to be a 5-star book for me. It was
Right.
never, even before, it was never going to be. I was like maybe a 3.5, maybe a 4. But it's one of those books that just it keeps getting worse. Like it starts off really strong, and then it's like a steady. You're like, okay, by the end, I was tired of these characters.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll probably read it tomorrow, theoretically. Hello. Sarah's finished all of her books, save for the group book. That's fantastic.
Damn. It's Wednesday.
I know it's day 3.5. Outside that, working on dinner and dealing with the aftercare of removing the second bumble on a chicken. That does not sound like fun.
What's a bumble?
I don't know, but I don't like chickens.
I don't like birds.
But like chickens specifically, first off, if you ever try to see one fly, it's terrifying. They actually do look like small dinosaurs.
My cousins in Scotland, they have like a full ass farm, right? And like the cock was walking around like huge and menacing and like evil.
They're terrifying.
Like, holy fuck! Like you're scary. Like
you might kill me.
My aunt in Ontario has like pet chickens that are sweet and small and nice, but these were like Scottish farm chickens, and they were ready to murder. And I was like, oh no.
Yes. And then the other one that I'm reading right now is I'm still trying to finish Catch. I still have like 25% of that left. So I may just try to finish that one in the first sprint or so.
Yeah, if you can do it, go for it.
Yes. Reading Take a Hint, Dani Brown. Very much enjoying it. Love that. Yeah. So many people are reading the Brown Sisters this week, and it makes me so happy.
I know. Like everybody on your last sprint, that's what they were reading.
Yeah. I think it's because both Michelle and Eva were reading Brown Sister books. So like we talked about them in our videos. And they cover like a lot of prompts.
That makes sense.
Staph infection on the foot.
Oh no.
Aw. Break stuff on glass. That's not good.
Aw.
Hello, reading A Long Shot. Nice. And hello, welcome. Currently reading Song of Achilles. DNF my rom-com and went in a different direction.
Great choice.
Was this the Georgie All Along? Did you finish that one, or is this the one that you DNF'd? Because I think that's the one you started on Monday. Turns into a plug that you have to cut out and clean. That's
ew. But yeah, I guess
you know you could also shoot the bird.
Not if they're like your livelihood and you make money from the eggs and stuff.
That's a good point. I was like, oh god, it's a bird, shoot it.
I'm like, let's be honest, eggs are very expensive right now.
Yep. No, I just see a bird and my first thought is could be shot. Could die. Might need to kill it.
I mean, they do some things. DNF's favorite half night stand last night. So bored. I can see that. because it's not your favorite trope. Okay, Georgia all along. I don't know why I remembered that, but I did. Also, good morning. Hello from the future page.
Oh, so where is it morning right now?
Australia.
That makes sense.
Somewhere in Australia. I don't know where in Australia.
Fair.
I realized that sounded like really stupid when I was just like, it's the continent of Australia.
No, but you know what's funny is that like in my brain, when you're like, I don't know where in Australia, I was like, yeah, I wonder if it's where e-collars are banned or not. Like that's all. That's like my only framework.
All
for,
of Australia. Pages from all of Australia.
That's impressive, dude.
That would be like me saying that you are from Canada.
I am. Yeah. There's only like 4 people here. Like, what? No. I know. Australia is
Sydney.
I do know the provinces decently, semi-decently, but that's to be fair though, as a Canadian, like Australia's in the Commonwealth with us, so you know, we were raised in countries where we acknowledge outside countries.
Paige represents the entire continent. It's true. True. Liking Long Shot much better. Good. Listen, we don't have time in our life for boring books.
Especially boring rom-coms. Like you had one job. Your one job was to be entertaining.
Like, I get it. A fantasy can sometimes be boring at the beginning.
Yes.
Like, you gotta build a world. You don't have to build a world in a romance.
No, it's just like, okay, these are 2 humans in a city that could be any city on Earth. Go. Like,
right. I read a novella yesterday that just like got right into it. Right into
do they not have provinces in Australia? I thought they had provinces.
I don't know.
Like Queensland and New South Wales. Am I being really stupid? Are they states?
Maybe.
Let me Google this.
I don't know.
That could mean anything. Australian provinces.
Hello, Nancy. Reading Do I Know You? Same. About 2/3 done. You're farther ahead than I am.
They're states. Oh my god. That's ridiculous.
So I feel it's more American than.
Yeah. What the fuck? States. Oh my goodness. Okay. At least it's not like Switzerland. Switzerland calls their provinces cantons. The canton of this. The canton. Shut up, Switzerland. No one asked you to be unique.
Sarah's chicken is still going to be her sweet spoiled little bean. I approve of this. Worked in the children's zoo by me, and the chickens I had to deal with were jerks. You know, some of them definitely are. I remember my friends growing up, her little brother had chickens, and they were the meanest things in the world.
I'm telling you, birds deserve to be shot.
Hello, Brittany. Reading The Worst Best Man. I finished this one on Monday, so how are you liking this one?
Did you like it, Brianna?
I loved it.
Okay.
There's an echo. No, it's gone. No. It was just there for a second. It's not as good as The Wedding Crasher, but it's still 5 stars. You have one job. Yeah. It's very entertaining.
Sorry. I know that the province. I know that the capital of Australia isn't Sydney, so at least I'm like 5 steps ahead of most people. Okay,
most people, right?
I know that it's Canberra. But...
Hello, Stacy. Your neighbor has chickens, and we live in the suburbs. Yeah.
Oof.
Birds are demonic.
See, everybody says
they're just little dinosaurs.
Oh, like if you have property someday, you could raise chickens for dog meat and stuff. And I was like, I would raise rabbits first.
Yeah.
For dog meat. Yes. Fuck birds. Yes. Although honestly, I might raise pheasants just so I can kill them. Like just so I can do pheasant hunting with them. Like just so I can like release them and shoot them. That'd be fun.
That's fair. Schmidt, stop with the poodle whine.
Oh,
I understand that your girlfriend is on the other side of the door. There's a reason the door is closed.
I'm surprised he's not making more noise.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yay, I'm so glad you're loving it. This one was really fun because it talked about a like Brazilian wedding and the cultures, like the culture surrounding Brazilian weddings. And because like the first time I went to Brazil, it was for a wedding.
Yeah.
And so it was really cool. Reading Hunted by Darcy Coates. Nice. Getting a head start on 72 Hours in the Haunted House. Gave Temporary Wife 5 stars. Valentine's Day 4. Valentine's Hate. I can't speak today.
Ooh.
4 stars. You've had a great start too.
That's a good week.
Great. I gave Worst Best Man 5 stars. The Katie Robert book 3.5. Like, it was good, but there was no plot.
Which Katie Robert book?
Your Dad Will Do.
Oh God.
It was like 100% smut.
Oh God.
Like, it was just like 4 hours of smut.
It's hard for me to like imagine because both my dads are such like sweet dad figures, but they're not like daddies. They're like, this is my dad, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm not gonna yuck someone else's yum. This is not my
No.
But like objectively, I can tell you the smut was written very well.
Okay, yeah, well, she is good at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just not a kink that I'm into.
It's just not a kink I really need.
No.
But the second one in that series is Polly. I was like,
Wait,
I will continue. Read absolutely nothing yesterday. I got a major migraine, so I feel like I'm behind now. It's only Wednesday, so you still got lots of time. We still have the weekend. And I know that they're like, even if rom-comathon sprints are not happening all weekend, there will be 72 hours in the haunted house. Still want to call it Smut Den. But Cassidy and Mel and Rye are all doing, and Lexi and Kaylee. There's a bunch of people. So there's going to be sprints like all weekend. And since if you're anything like me and you can only read when there's sprints, you'll be great. I finished 2 books on Saturday because I was just like hanging out in sprints all day.
I'm taking my service dog class to an indoor theme park to train dogs this weekend. Yeah. I may kill myself after. We'll see. But it's a really good training opportunity though. So
this is true. Get them very, very ready for the concert.
Exactly like that. And then the week after, or not the week after, 2 weeks after, we're doing an airport. So
nice.
I actually contacted the airport and was like, could you guys like take us through security to train the dogs? And they were like, yeah, just let us know how many dogs. And I was like, oh my God.
Real? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the one thing that I'm like worried about.
So contact a small airport. Like,
I could
like a small, like even a single terminal air, you know what I mean? Like, and be like, can I just come with my dog? Like I'll follow all the airport rules and everything. Can we just go through security and come back out? Like, because you have to do a sit stay with the dog. You may have to take the vest off. You have to go through security and then they have to come through security. Right. So it's just a weird scenario. And
like he has all of that perfectly down. I just don't know with all the other distractions.
In an airport. Yeah.
In an airport.
We have it in a training ring? Absolutely.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I can go to the other side of the freaking arena and he's mine.
Like, of course, Cassie can do it in a controlled environment.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I hope you're feeling better because migraines are no joke.
No, not at all.
Hello, Michelle. Welcome. Have a few other KU thrillers planned for Haunted House Readathon. Nice.
KU?
Kindle Unlimited.
Oh.
4-day weekend. That's so nice. I want a 4-day weekend.
We have a 4-day weekend too. It's family day.
That's weird.
So a few years ago, Canada, I think it's just Ontario, honestly. I think they're like, oh, fuck, like the winter, the beginning of the year is so depressing. We need to give these goofballs another holiday. And they're like, what can we come up with that isn't like already taken? Family day. Go spend a weekend with your family. And I'm like, oh God.
Well, like I'm pretty sure schools are out Monday because it's President's Day.
That's probably why they put it on that day.
Yeah, because it's a bank holiday.
But
Nova Scotia has Family Day too.
Okay, great. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just Ontario because it's not Quebec, right? Like the French have their own holidays.
The French.
They have
you guys have way more holidays than we do. You have way more holidays. than
Yeah,
me.
because our government hates us less.
It's great.
I'm not saying they don't hate us; they just hate us less.
Hate us less.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Since we've been talking for 20 minutes, should we read?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello.
All right.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
How did we do?
I read one of the stories in At Midnight and started the next.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I had to film a vlog clip and I got to 82%.
Not bad.
Yeah. This is going to be like a 2-star though. So I'm really glad we didn't pick that one for the Busy Book Club.
So kind of bad.
Like, and not in a bad where like we can have discussions like the other one. It's just boring.
Yeah, I think we'll have a lot of good discussions about the one we did choose.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
that. But
I'm gonna answer this question really fast, and then we will talk about how we did it. So service dogs can, as long as they have like, they have to have a specific task that aids you out in public beyond like emotional support. For
depending
diabetes,
on where you live, but yeah.
Yeah. Is that the same for Canada?
Nope. So the ADA, a service dog, is any dog that you can say does a task for a disability. In Canada, it is any dog that mitigates a disability as prescribed by your doctor. So you have to have a note. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we don't have to have a note here, which is great because the American healthcare system
is awful.
It's awful. So I'm really glad for that. For diabetes specifically, because actually my niece is getting a service dog for diabetes. And so you can actually train them to like sense your blood sugar going high because you smell different.
Yeah.
So they can actually tell you. And then other things is like they can, like if you faint, they can brace you. They can like get orange juice out of the fridge and like that kind of thing. Like those tasks that help with your disability.
The thing about like any scent-based alerts with service dogs is that every dog can tell what's happening. It's does your dog know what to do
with that scent?
Yeah. So can you teach your dog to effectively alert you? And do they care enough to alert you?
Yeah.
That's where it's so. But training a service dog for depression is quite accessible and quite easy. Training a service dog for diabetes takes more skill than.
Right.
I do psychiatric service dog work right now with I don't want to call them clients because I do not get paid.
But they are, yeah.
Students.
There you go.
But yeah, and it's a lot of like just teaching your dog how to support you and respond.
Like
to,
when I was talking to my sister-in-law, I was like, I am not going to help you train this service dog. You need a professional.
Yes, for scent-based.
I am not the expert here.
Here's the difference: if your depression service dog fucks up, the chances are you won't die.
You'll just have a panic attack or something.
Yeah, you'll have an extra bad day.
Because mine is like mostly for social anxiety and like disassociating. I'm just gonna have a panic attack if my dog messes up.
Exactly. Like, yeah, will I have
if my dog would, like if I had diabetes or like a cardiac issue.
Your dog kills you if it fucks up. I highly recommend working with a professional for that. But if you want to start with the depression, it's actually you could access a lot of training materials online and do it pretty successfully.
Yeah. I read no things, but I did eat dinner.
Perfect.
That is productive.
Yeah.
So we're currently without a dishwasher right now. And so Derek's just been like, let's just order.
So, ooh, dishes, huh?
Like he like legitimately eats. Like I don't like dishes in general because like it's a sensory thing for me.
Yeah, putting your hand in water that has food in it.
Yeah, it's gross. It's so good. Like it's making my hands tingle as it is. Like for 5 years, Derek has done the dishes. Like the deal was that when we moved in, is I folded laundry because he hated folding laundry, and he did dishes.
Yeah,
it's a great compromise. And so every single night, he's just been like, let's just order food.
Well, if you're bankrolling that, Derek, all right.
We had like a great plan for Valentine's dinner last night, and then we ended up just ordering sushi.
Oh, I love that though.
Yeah. He's like, I don't want to clean fondue. Fair.
Yeah, that sounds sticky.
Yeah, right. But we can't go to the new dishwasher until Saturday. So we have a couple.
Aw. I'm excited to like go out for dinner in Philly or wherever we end up being with you and Derek again.
So that you can fight Derek for not paying.
No, I will not. Whoa. We're in Philadelphia.
You'll fight him to pay.
I'm not. Yeah, that's it. It's neutral ground. Okay, it's one thing when I'm a guest in Utah and you're what, but no, Philadelphia is neutral ground. I just mean to go have a nice meal with you two because you two are wonderful company. But no, I'm not. Derek's not paying for me in a state that he does not have a mailing address in.
Fair. We actually might drive down to DC after the Philly trip.
Oh, DC's so nice.
Yeah. We're like, why don't we just extend it?
You should, honestly.
Well, that's like because his dad lives down there, so we just stay with him.
Yeah, and that's May is such a beautiful time too to be there with the cherry blossoms and everything. Like, oh.
Made it to 40%. Finished making dinner. Presently eating real quick before I go close up on the birds. Very nice.
Good luck with the birds.
Yes.
Be safe.
Screening interview for looking for next contract. Very nice. Hard to concentrate on the call when I wanted to get back to my book. Well, I mean, that feels like an important call, though.
That's the worst when you like are doing something really you have to do, but there's a book sitting there and you're like, oh, I could be reading.
I had so many things I would rather have been doing today, and then I was like, no, I have to work. But like when I'm working at home, it's easy to get distracted.
Oh, I mean, I always work from home, so
I
I'm
don't.
like, I found it worse today in the office. I was like, oh god, there is no way to like relieve my like multitasking. Like I was like, oh my god, I am just here. Holy shit!
It's so like it is hard especially because like where my office is, it's literally a hallway. Like people walk past my desk all the time, so I have to look like I'm being productive at all times.
Yeah, whereas usually I could like, okay, I'm gonna get up and like walk up and down the hallway for a few minutes just to like, after finishing a task or something. Now it's like I'm not gonna just do that. Like,
like it was like, oh, this is. Of course, absolutely. I wouldn't say that we're both experts in that field, but like we have been doing it for a while.
Yeah, and we take doing it
very
properly.
seriously.
Yeah, because a lot of people just like, oh, any dog can be a service dog. Just slap a vest on. Like we're like, no, like let's be ethical here.
Right. Like let's actually make it easier for other people to also have service dogs.
Yes, by having good model service dogs.
Yes. Yes. I have not been to DC since I was a kid.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's been a while. But Derek's dad lives right next to, and I do mean in the backyard of Mount Vernon.
Oh.
And Washington's distillery.
Oh.
Yeah.
That property is like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Horrendous in what was done there, obviously. Like,
but also like
property.
Naturally,
you go there and you're like, holy shit, I see why all these old men were obsessed with Virginia. Like, it is gorgeous.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So we might.
My favorite part was that I went in grade 11 with my history teacher, and we were driving by like along the Potomac near the Pentagon and whatever. And she points and she's like, that's where Captain America dropped his shield into the Potomac. And I was like, ah!
So when I was in New York for BookCon in 2019, I did a sum of the Avengers walk. Cool. Where you like, and I found the building where they all like slide, like Hulk slides down.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, wow. I'm basically in the movie.
Oh, it's Helen Margaret.
Oh, hi. Wow, you got me up there real fast. There it is. Oh. Hey, how are you?
Pages of Hunted, fantastic.
Sorry,
wow.
what?
I wave my hand so fast you can see two of it.
Pretty easy. Just do bedtime whistle and they put themselves. You're just smart chickens.
That's funny.
My dogs don't even do this.
Are always plotting to overthrow you.
Chickens are much dumber than dogs.
DC is just such a nice, like, I don't know, like I would love to live in DC.
Yeah.
It's so
It is one of the few American cities that I went to and was like, oh, I'm impressed.
right.
Usually I go and I'm like, oh, that's nice. But
Totally forgot the light was on. I was at the table eating dinner. I've done this before. And also, for some reason, even when I'm watching a live, like on my phone, in the living room, Derek will look at it and be like, "Are you live right now?" And I'm like, "No." That's why my phone is just sitting on the table.
literally, when I had your sprints on the other day, Emma and Alex were in the room and they were both like silent. And then they saw me like do something. Like maybe I was like, I changed my shirt or something. They're like, "Aren't you on live right now?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "We've just been not talking for 20 minutes. I'm like, "Oh my God, why do I wasn't talking? Do you think I would have said something like, "We just thought you weren't talkative tonight"?
Cal, not talkative? What?
I have definitely had times where, like, I'll be surprised by the live. When I'm on the live, like, you'll come back, I'm like, oh, shit.
You're right.
I read a
This is
whole
funny.
5 pages of Chain of Iron while I was jogging.
Hell yeah, she did.
Nice.
So I was telling Cal the other day, I'm in this really weird place where, like, it's not that I don't like reading. Like, I'll pick the book up and I'll start reading and be having a blast. But, like, when I'm not physically reading, I don't want to be reading. It's really weird.
That's very fair.
Part of it is I am hyper fixated on Vox Machina right now.
I was saying, like, it's just one of those ADHD things where it's like something else is giving you more dopamine.
Yes. And it's really funny because so there are specific moments that I know happen that I've been wanting to get to in the campaign. And we got to one of those moments. Of course, it's a ship moment. Like shortly after you were texting me. So like it's let up a little bit.
Okay, you're like, oh, all right.
I'm not as desperately like, I need to get to this moment. Let's go.
That's fair.
So, but I'm having a blast with it.
I was at the BookCon in 2020.
Yes, that's where we met.
The last BookCon. Margaret was there too.
My first and last BookCon.
Yeah, my first and last BookCon too.
I've never been to BookCon.
Yeah.
You're not missing much. Honestly, you probably would have been just completely overwhelmed.
I was gonna say, when there's a word con, like convention in it, I'm usually like, oh.
I think the whole you just went from line to line. You'd stand in line for hours, just all day.
Yeah. Honestly, if I could do it again, I mean, I wouldn't give up the V.E. Schwab signing. Like, not, but I probably would not have done as many signings as I did because, like, I skipped out on some, like, social stuff. Like, the social thing with a lot of the big booktubers was during the Victoria Schwab signing.
Yeah.
So, but I really do wish I had been able to hang out there as well.
V.E. Schwab's coming to Toronto.
Good for you.
I know.
But I'm really excited. They finally announced the dates for BookNet Fest, and they're not till June.
June is good.
Which one is BookNet Fest?
That's the one like
is the
created
2
by
hours
booktubers.
away from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
June is good though because we thought it was going to be May, and it might have been when we were in Philly.
Yeah.
Well, Taylor Swift is more important than any book.
Obviously,
So June is good.
There are a lot of life events that I would cancel to see Taylor Swift. Like, I would be one of those people that would be like, babe, the tickets are the weekend of our wedding. We're getting married at a
We're postponing that shit.
Like, sorry.
Fuck the deposits. We're gonna do it in the parking lot of the Taylor.
We get to pick the date for the wedding anyway. It's fine. We'll do it the next weekend.
So it's I'm never getting married at this point though, so that's
I'm assuming this is in regards to the V.E. Schwab thing.
No, Philly, I think is it. Because I think this has come up before, Rye, potentially. That we won't be too far from where Rye is, because I think we discussed Rye potentially coming out to say hi. I feel like this discussion has happened.
Where do you live, Rye?
I think she lives in upstate New York.
Oh, well then both Toronto and Philly are close.
Schwab. Okay.
Yeah.
Schwab is closer. Never mind.
Because I'm 2 hours from upstate New York.
Yeah.
So you guys got to fly to me, and then we'll all meet at the border, and we'll have a Niagara Falls party.
Nice.
There you go. There you go.
Where I can drive, the rest of you can fly.
Fair. Yes, it is a shame that it got canceled.
Are you short though, Ruth? Because I feel like if you are vertically short, it does not matter the size you take up, people don't see you.
It's about to get really loud because Derek is at home. And the dog's going to start barking.
Schmitz and Al.
I had
He's like right here. He's like, I can hear them. I don't know that I would do BookCon again. I would probably do, what was like the one that was like
Book Expo?
BEA, yeah, Book Expo.
Yeah.
I would do that one, but I don't think I would do BookCon again.
I think it would depend on who was at BookCon.
It was so chaotic. And
It
now, like, and that was pre-COVID. And I feel like my
Pre-COVID,
social
pre-pack.
anxiety has gotten so much worse post-COVID
Yeah.
that, like, large crowds are terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd way rather just get together with a group of BookTube friends and like
Yeah.
rent a cottage somewhere and then have fun that way.
That sounds much better.
Because honestly,
BEA was cool because you got to like talk to like publishers and you got like a ton of books. And it was definitely more like professional. Like everyone was in business casual. Like it was more like a business thing than like BookCon was more like Comic-Con for books.
But, and that to me, it's like, well, you're gonna get to talk to the authors for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think like, yeah, I'd rather like I would go out for like the V.E. Schwab signing is like just V.E. Schwab. So like I would go and I would do that, and it's just at a Chapters in Toronto or a Indigo in.
But you probably are
Toronto.
going to get to hear her, like, is she speaking?
Yes, exactly. So it would be like a V.E. Schwab event, whereas like a big convention, like I've done that, you know, like I've gone and like I met Stan Lee at a Comic-Con.
Yeah.
It's like it's cool, but it's like 15 seconds and like a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't want to do that again.
I liked some of the panels we got. Like there are things that were there that I really did enjoy. Like the panels I enjoyed because at least at that point, BookCon was one of the ways that I got to see most of my BookTube friends.
Yeah.
I will, and it was nice though because like there were places where I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go sit in the corner by myself.
Yeah,
it is good service dog training though. Conventions like Fan Expo Toronto is a great service dog.
I don't think that's training. I think they already got to be pretty good.
Yeah. And it was nice.
You
because,
go
like,
with Benzos, it's training.
Yeah.
Like if
there
you're
was
going
the wall, and there was another space where like you were able to sit by yourself. So that like they did have places. But BookNet Fest is way chiller and way more.
Well, I'm sure that New York Comic-Con was insane.
I will go to a Comic-Con when I am an author at a Comic-Con.
Yeah,
Right,
when you
because
have
then it's a
security
whole different
detail.
experience.
Not even that. It's just like unless I had specific people that were going, I don't really see a reason to go. I'm not someone who typically is excited to meet celebrities and stuff.
No.
Oh,
Like-
I am. I buy into the hype for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Like, do you think I could even talk to a celebrity if I met them? I'd be like,
Yeah. Like when I was in the Captain Swan or the Once Upon a Time fandom, there were people that would drop hundreds and hundreds of dollars to be able to get like a photo opportunity with Jennifer Morrison and Colin O'Donoghue. And for me, I'm just like, I don't really care about like that's not stuff that to me is appealing. So I never really seen the reason to go to the Comic-Con, especially since a lot of like the panels and the stuff that I'd want to go see are going to be posted online anyways.
Right. That was like VidCon last year. I was like, oh, that might be like interesting to go to because it's like there's a lot of like educational stuff there, but they live streamed all the panels. And I was like, that's the only reason I would go to like a YouTube.
I love that because that makes it accessible.
It does, yeah.
I think, especially for an educational event, that's great that you're making it accessible. So, but yeah, BookCon was much more of like a networking event and less about like if you were hanging out, you had to make specific plans. BookNet Fest is nice because you actually do get to sit down. Like you are going to get chances to hang out with people.
I'd rather do that. I still think that like I'm not somebody that wants to meet everybody off the internet. Like I'm not a super social outgoing person. So I think just like having that like controlled group of like, oh, there's like 10 people that we really like off BookTube going to like a certain location and hang like that would be for me. I'd be like, okay, I know who's coming. I can prepare ahead of time. I can bring I can bring my dog to any of them. I could like, you know, everyone's gonna be cool about the dog. Like everybody's gonna know that corn makes me shit my pants. Like everything will be under control. And we'll have fun.
Oh, careful. Thor is gonna manifest and start yelling at me for not being careful about my food.
Yeah. That's fair.
What are you reading,
that. I'll be like, yeah, I'll have one Dorito.
Put that down.
Like, oh my god, in Ghana, Christopher, my like mentor, he actually slapped food on my hand. He's like, oh my god, that has corn in it.
Book Fest is much more that because in between the panels, you're hanging out with your friends.
Yeah, that would be
like there are opportunities to go and make new friends, but a lot of it is I'm gonna sit with my 5 people at my table.
But again, I'm okay to make new friends like 2 at a time. Like it's not that I don't want new friends, it's that I can't handle.
I don't want 200 of them at the
time.
same time.
Like, I won't remember your name. I won't remember the conversations we had. I'll just be looking at Briar going like, I'm okay, right? You're okay. I'm okay. We're both okay.
That's so funny.
What are you reading tonight, Margaret?
I'm going to sneeze, actually.
That's the book. It's a new hit by Hank Green.
What?
I'm going to sneeze, actually, by Hank Green.
He
Or
would.
Hanky Green.
Or what's his face that writes all of those really weird Chuck Tingle?
Yes.
So I'm reading Chain of Iron because I do want to get to Chain of Thorns sometime this year.
If it makes you like get motivated for it, there's a will moment. There's 2 will moments, but there's one will moment in particular.
Oh my goodness, in 800 pages, there's 2 will moments?
No. I'm only 50 pages in, okay? I mean, right in the beginning. It's like right away at the beginning that like, it's like, but yeah. It'll mean more to Margaret than it will to you, Brianna.
I'm just commenting on the fact that this book already needs an editor.
I know. Margaret's gonna text me about it. I read it and it was one of those things that like 2 times I thought Margaret's gonna text me about that, like twice, and that was my first. Like I thought that, and then I had the emotional response.
I was on the stream last night with Brittany, and I was like, "This series, like, she has a lot of character. Like, she has a whole bunch of character development and not enough plot in all of these 3 books."
Yeah.
She needed to actually split it up into 5 books with their own plots and have the character development happen that way rather than trying to cram it all into 3 books.
Yeah.
Or
do less.
Here's an idea. Don't write the same scene 3 times.
That too.
I agree with that.
Or the same sentence twice, because she does that too.
I don't want to hear about the scene that I just read about.
Like we don't need it from everybody's perspective.
I don't need it from anyone's. I need the original thing happening. I don't need it retold.
I feel like that too, like in the first chapter even of Chain of Thorns, we get it switches to so many different people. It was like, and here's what Ariadne Bridgestock is doing. And I was like,
nobody cares.
I love our lesbian of color. Like she's beautiful, she's wonderful. She is not crucial to the plot. I wish she was, but she's not.
Listen, we could have cut out all of the scenes that have Grace's backstory in them. No one would have cared.
Well, it probably is important for this book a little bit, but I know.
I don't fucking care. Like, she waited to tell us what the fuck was up with Matthew until book 2.
And I also feel like the whole thing with Jesse and Lucy, like, I love them. I love them to death. You know I would die for them. I do feel like that is only to explain what happens 3 series ahead of this. Like, I'm like, this is payoff for a series I've already read. Like,
yeah, for the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Yeah, and then like however, you know,
we already have that moment in this
with
book.
Ty trying to resurrect Livy later, and then all this stuff. I'm like
I get, should we read?
Probably.
Yes, because I have to pee.
I get foreshadowing and stuff, but it's just she needed
it's past foreshadowing. It's It's foreshadowing for a thing that's already happened.
Or playing on themes that are going to happen. Like there are ways to do it. I just don't think that she does them as well as she could.
The last Hours trilogy, the new Cassandra Clare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
It's
spoilers.
it's a complex.
There's no spoilers. We're not talking about that.
Okay, so you're both
all right.
ahead of me though in the book. Are you both ahead of me in the book?
No, I'm the only one that started it.
Okay. Cool.
All right. We'll see you in 45.
Maybe.
We lost Margaret. She's gone.
She's gone. I finished my book.
Yay!
2 stars.
Oh,
A low 2 stars.
Oh no! Like a 2.1.
A 2 point exactly. A 2.1. Oh, I was like trying to explain the football knowledge, like the football information that's in it to Derek, and he's like, yeah, "That's not how that works." And I was like, "I know that," and you know
What a bad week to read incorrect football shit.
right?
Oh man,
I'm
I
just
hardly
like-
read a thing. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm
with
like,
you.
football divisions are separated out by, like where you are in the country. You know, they have the north, the south, the east, and the west, right? So tell me how the team from Connecticut is in the same division as the team from LA.
Well, don't you know about LA, New Hampshire?
Right.
Oh, you forgot about LA, New Hampshire. Come on.
New Los Angeles, New Hampshire.
Yes, it's the lesser known Los Angeles.
Right. Because there's definitely people in New Hampshire that speak Spanish and would name a city Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Don't you know the Pilgrims were super bilingual?
Oh, for why? I'm reading a book called Catch. It was a sapphic football romance. That is my buzzword.
That literally is, yeah, everything for you.
See, yes, but like the book came out last week. So, like, it's current structure.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
It was just like very much like a plot, like, well, we need this to happen for the plot, so this is how it's gonna happen.
It's also very annoying when something you know a lot about is
Yes.
the thing that's like,
Well, and
I
that's
might
the
read it
thing.
and not know that, right?
Most people that would read it would specifically, like, they wouldn't have a problem with it. They probably wouldn't have even noticed.
What are we not
I should-
noticing?
But they specifically used the Rams, which is my team.
Yeah. It's
Well-
like it's like when I read a history book or a historical or a historical fiction and there's like a historical error and it drives you crazy, right? Because it's like your thing that you know about, or like there's a dog error in there. and it's
Yeah.
just like, but I know that's wrong.
When I read Stalking Jack the Ripper, it was right after I'd listened to the 5 podcast. And so, like, here's the thing. I knew there were inaccuracies, but I also knew that the research that Holly Rubenhold did wasn't available when she wrote the book. So I'm sitting there going, she didn't know better, but this is wrong.
Yeah. However, I will still hold it against her.
Well, I'm not going to hold it against you, but I'm still mad.
Can I pick you up? You want to say hi?
We had a couple of people join us. Hello.
Nice. I have dinner
hello.
now.
Hello, Emily. Reading Eve Brown and still listening to Mistakes Were Made. Fantastic. Schmidt. The poodle wine is enough. We're done with that.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Coco. Oh, my God.
Hello, Katie. Just getting here. DNF my last book for Rom-Com-a-thon. Highly suspicious and unfairly cute. I get that.
I don't.
If you don't read YA, that's a very YA.
It was such a good book. It was so witty.
No, I know. But had it not been Talia, I wouldn't have picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. But had it not been Talia, it also wouldn't have been as witty.
Right. But, like, if people don't have the connection with Talia that we do.
Yeah,
That,
that's
or
really
even
like
if
her
like
writing.
YA just doesn't work for you. Like because the thing about us is YA does occasionally work for us.
Yeah,
Not
when the
usually.
characters are hella relatable and funny and witty, that does work for me.
And I get to work
Still-
through a whole bunch
still-
of repressed childhood.
That's
I
why I
will
can
die
read
on the
I can
hill,
start
though.
Wheeler 100 times.
I will die on the hill that Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute should have been
Should have
aged up to
been-
college.
Yes.
Because smut scenes in a
They also had
cabin.
so much physical chemistry that it was like wasted a little bit.
Well, I'm gonna love it then.
But did all the prompts before starting the 72-hour readathon. Very nice.
thanks,
Now reading
Coco.
Neon Gods. That's a good book too.
Did you open up the accessible keyboard? Wow,
Yep.
thank you.
0 reading, but birds are up.
Oh
Very
my,
good.
okay,
Jason's cleaned up from dinner, had a bath, made a quick round
I
of
need to
lunch.
tell y'all something when you're done with
That
that.
sounds really good.
So
Reading book lovers, yes.
Coco, Cal bringing up Coco reminded me of something I saw on my walk today that you guys have to listen to, because there were these two people that they're walking their dogs. They're also walking with their cats on, like, they have these big backpacks.
yeah.
The cats are just chilling on the backpacks. On
Sarah
the
has one of
and
those.
everything.
Sarah has one of those. Also, one of her cats knows how to walk like a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leash train cats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had leashes and harnesses and everything. It looked like maybe they just were done walking or whatever. They were walking along. They had each one of them had a cat, each one of them had a dog, and it was just so cute.
And they have the little like bubbles.
Yeah. No, it was literally like they had I think they had like backpacking backpacks.
Oh yeah.
So I suspect that they probably are one of the people that near my park live in their car, because we have a few people that live in small vans.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, I had to tell you guys about that. It was so cute.
Yes, this was Catch that I was reading. It's not as bad. I don't understand the NCAA and where the divisions are and what they're supposed. No, I don't understand them. Utah's trying to explain it to us now that like BYU is in a conference, but I'm like, I don't care.
I bet the rest of the sports teams are so excited to play with BYU.
No national college. Okay, never mind. I was going to say the NCAA isn't. But no, that's
It's college, yeah. I'll probably continue listening to Do I Know You? It's probably what I'm gonna do. Although the next sprint I need to edit.
I love your profile picture, Courtney. That is such a cool shot.
That is a very nice.
I feel like at some point in my life, I'm just going to decide I'm going to be one of those people that marries herself just so I can do a wedding photo shoot.
You should marry your dog. You should get a dog to marry.
That's weird.
I'm pretty sure that that's illegal.
No, if you're gonna be romantic with somebody, you might as well do it with a dog.
Nancy, I'll be very curious to see what you think of it because I hated this book.
She's decided I'm not gonna play
Right.
games while I read.
Didn't realize there was such a thing as a sapphic football romance. Right? It was basically as a female offensive coordinator and then the wife of the quarterback. And then I was like, oh, well, they're going to go Polly or something like that. And then no, they didn't. They had it was so inconvenient or convenient. But yes, anyways, how did your reading go?
I hardly read a thing because Alex made dinner, and then there was a battle in my game. So, because what I'll do is I'll do a battle, then I'll read a little bit, then I'll do a battle. Every time I have to save my game, I have to read. So, but then the battle, I died, so I had to like go try it again.
What game are you playing?
Dragon Age 3.
Oh, nice. I read 42 pages.
Nice.
Which is more pages, I think, than I've read. No, I'm just kidding. I read.
Maybe at one time.
I have like 5 days. Last week I had 5 days of zeros.
Oh, well,
For 0 pages read, because I keep
Oh, no.
tracking my pages read. 5 days of zeros.
Right.
And I made
Polly's
dinner.
ability.
Hmm?
Courtney's most recent comment. The Polly's ability.
Right? Well, they even start out by being like, "Oh, we have an open marriage." I was like, "Great, at least we're not gonna have cheating," because that would have been like immediately not great. But I was like, okay, like that's technically poly with an open marriage.
It's
An open marriage.
It's people who think that polyamory will fix their issues, even though they're inherently monogamous. But yeah, no, poly for sure. It doesn't give us a bad rap at all. Thanks.
I mean, like in the technical definition of it.
Yeah, and I guess like you could be married to someone and be poly and have an open, but like I feel like so many couples who are like monogamous and like are bored of each other, like we're gonna be poly, we're gonna be open, and then
yeah, no, that's
not actually, you know what I mean?
Right. But like if you did it correctly, like if you were poly, not in the sense of like an actual polycule, but like where you were poly with your own partners.
Yeah, which is totally valid and makes sense.
Right. But then they're like, no, that's it ended just I don't want to spoil it if Nancy is actually reading it. But
I went after somebody in the comments. A critical role for being stupid about being polyamorous.
Oh boy.
Because somebody was talking about there are two couples in there, and one of the couples, the husband is the biggest shipper of his wife's character and someone else's character. And so someone brought up compersion, which I didn't know was a word until recently. But he was like, oh, compersion? Apparently it's attached to the poly community, and it basically means like feeling gratification or getting joy, vicarious joy basically is what it means for your partner being in relationships and being happy.
Oh, well, I guess I've experienced that, but I've never used that word.
Yeah. Anyways, somebody was like, that just sounds like a fancy definition for being cucked. And I was like, can you please not describe being polyamorous as being cucked? My friends that are poly are way more secure in their relationships and themselves than I will ever be.
It's not like, that's the thing, is that you have to let go of a lot of that insecurity in order to enjoy it. So it's like,
we've been rewatching Bones.
Oh boy.
Which is like not great in a lot of diversity issues or like so yeah. But when they're talking about relationships, because Bones is such a like
Bones would be autistic.
She's very to the point, very blunt, and very like, this is the definition, and so this is what it is. And she's had so many different conversations about like monogamy is not actually anthropologically accurate or like
it literally doesn't even make sense if you think about like how many people that left stranded and alone.
Yeah.
Here you go. Compersion is being happy when your partner is being happy without their other partners.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Hold on. I need to answer this question. Danny Brown will fit the prompt for friends to lovers, dual POV, and POC main character. And then if you go on to read Eve, it kind of is hate to love and is features a wedding. So then you would have most of the prompts done with just the two books.
I am really interested with Bones, like whether or not they meant to make her autistic coded, because she's
so autistic coded.
I'm like, is this trauma or is she neurodivergent? Because I could see how some of it is clearly trauma.
I think it's both.
But
ate dinner and fell asleep reading. Whoops! So I've returned. It happens.
I
hope you had a good nap sprint.
No, that was Paige that fell asleep. Never mind.
No, I did not. I did not see that. Need to plan a trip to Mexico to watch a few games. Nice. Bilingual pilgrims. Yes. Open can be a poly are very different. Yeah, they are. Like in practice they are, but in definition, they're technically similar.
One of them has a much higher success rate than the other for happy individuals, is all I'm gonna say.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
Nice.
I obviously love seeing Emma and Alex together because I'm not very lovey-dovey or like nice or personable or like good,
but they both are.
And they both are. So that like right now they're okay. It's literally this is how it is right now. I'm up here doing this when my book is up. They're all Porto, Briar, Emma, and Alex are all down there spending quality time together, and Cassie, Coco, and I are up here just being cold-hearted.
You're like, I love you.
I kind of love this family dynamic. Not gonna lie.
That's so cute.
Have you moved into your new place yet?
Yeah, I'm in it right now. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh,
we're kind of like
this is the
slow.
most important tour. Okay, look, those are Cassie's titles on the wall. Oh,
That's all that
wow.
matters.
And there's Cassie's ribbons on the wall. Oh, wow. And there's Cassie. So
And there's Cassie.
I have my own bedroom, and that's the most important thing because we'll all be snuggling at night and we'll be doing our thing, and then I'll be like, okay, good night, go away,
Yeah.
leave now. I am tired.
Yeah, that's important because then like having your own personal space.
Yeah, I need it. I'm not somebody that can share a bedroom happily.
I mean, even like just being in a normal marriage, I've pretty much like claimed this office. It's like
This is my space.
this is my space. Like Derek and I are working from home opposite days this week so that we can like swap out Shotzi and Schmidt and they're not like locked up all day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, he's gonna like be in my space for 3 days. I have to like clean it and like
Yeah. It's I just think it's important.
That's
Like
fun.
again, if we stop thinking of healthy relationships as codependent monogamy, then suddenly it doesn't matter. Suddenly it's like, yeah, you should have your own space as a human.
great. Well, and the funny thing is, like, you know, men always got made fun of for having like man caves, but like that's their space.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because probably with a woman being the house, like the homemaker or whatever, that was probably the only space they were allowed to have any autonomy in.
Right.
Right, whereas like, you know, like
I mean, it depended on the house. A lot of places, like you would, especially if you were like middle class and upper and above, you would have like there would be the parlor that was kind of the woman's domain, but then you'd have like the den or the billiard room or something that was like the library that was the husband's domain. We see that dynamic.
most people would not have a parlor and a billiard room.
Right.
So,
You're looking at a very small percentage of the
I'm
population.
like, I had a 3-bedroom house, and
No,
my
yeah.
dad's domain was the garage because we didn't even have a man.
I am talking historically. Either everyone shared one room and no one had any private time, or like there was a study or an office that was the husband's.
Yeah, that's what there's like a space
Right, and like they
alone.
kind of get named man
Yeah.
cave.
When the woman is expected to take care of the whole house in general. Anyways, I'm just saying the monogamous idea of like a home and a couple thing, like it ends up being somewhat sexist in that like
Yeah.
and not healthy for either partner. So
Right.
And
And-
it's funny because a lot of the more successful relationships at that time, people were able to have their own separate spaces.
because it's almost like
People need alone time, and most people do.
It's almost like a whole generation forgot that introverts existed.
yeah, and that everyone has a social battery, even though if some are better than others. Like
But like, I don't think our parents' generation knew that.
yeah, I mean my parents are a bit better at that. Because your parents would be like baby boomers, right?
Mine are.
Yeah, my parents are Gen X, so they're a bit better. My dad's very much like, I'm just gonna go to the cottage this weekend by myself because I just need to sit there with my records. But
Right. That's very like from Gen X down. I feel
Yeah.
like we realized that.
I mean,
I
so
think
my
technically
parents were always
Derek is on the
pretty
very
good
end of
what are
Gen
you
X.
doing? Don't kick the computer.
about having their own, not necessarily separate spaces, but like their own separate stuff that they do.
Mhm.
So they don't have separate rooms, but like they share one bedroom and are being weird about it right now because dad still has COVID. But I truly don't understand how they are doing this because they have an entire half of this floor that is their bedroom and their bathroom and their closet. There are 2 bedrooms or my bedroom, the office, and then my brother's what was the nursery, and now that's where his bed goes for when he visits. It makes more sense to me to have the person who is sick using the bedroom with the bathroom.
Yeah.
And it not the bedroom where you have it because he's still using. I'm like, what? And they're like, oh well, we still would have to go in to get stuff and get our clothes. Everything's in there. I'm like,
Pack a suitcase.
but not even that. Like, okay, then put your mask on, go get what you need, and come out. Like, you can use my bathroom. We have 3 bathrooms in this house. You can sleep in that bedroom. It just makes more sense to me. But know. They've got to do it this weird ass way. I'm just like,
I'm honestly so glad that Derek and I got COVID at the same time.
yeah.
Yeah, same with Alex and I. We could just be dead together.
Yeah. And for some reason, even though we had the same strain, I got it so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
I had better, like, I never had the same respiratory symptoms that Alex had. It hit Alex harder, faster, like had a worse fever, had a worse everything.
Yeah.
But it stayed with me longer. Like Alex
See,
recovered.
So that was how Derek was, because I actually tested negative first, even though I got it after him.
Mm-hmm.
But I went down hard.
Yeah, like the fatigue
Like,
lasted.
I was like
like,
sitting
a
on
month.
my couch, like shivering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you had more like how Alex had it, where Alex, it was like really, really bad for a short period of time, but mine was like mild for a fucking long time.
Yeah, no, I tested negative like 4 days later.
Yeah, I was pretty sick.
And like I had to go to Texas for a business trip like after like 6 days, I think, and Derek was still testing positive, but I had already tested negative.
Look
Well,
at
I
this
mean, a
photo
lot of
stuff
that
on
has to-
Cassie healing.
Oh, look at the baby. Well, I was gonna say, like, your immune
that's
system
true.
is a huge a huge effect, and your overall health is gonna have a huge effect on how it hits you.
Yeah.
And what is able to manifest. I mean, we've still managed to only one person in the house has COVID both times,
Yeah.
as far as we know.
Yeah, I'm just amazed you haven't got it because you're the one living with 2 unvaccinated people.
Right.
Everywhere in this house right now. And it's funny because my dad and I was literally this close to him doing, because we were on either side of a puzzle, putting pieces of the puzzle, like leaning over, almost bumping heads, the day before he tested positive. So I
Oh my
am
goodness.
shocked that I did not get it. I was for sure like, I'm going to get it. But I mean, I haven't tested, but I haven't had symptoms. So.
Which, like, with your pre-existing conditions, you probably would get really bad symptoms.
I mean, I'm vaccinated, so maybe not. I don't know. But I haven't.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I haven't felt sick at all, any of that stuff. And I'm like, I should have tested just to be on the safe side. But again, I haven't felt bad. So I'm just like, I don't feel like sticking something. I hate sticking that stupid swab up my nose.
It's
No,
so bad.
it hurts. It hurts so badly.
Yeah.
So cute. She's such a good girl.
Shall we read?
Oh, is that what we're here to do?
Yeah. We're here to make sure Margaret stays productive.
Good luck with that.
Well, Coco sat on my keyboard, so I can't. I know you did, so I can't play my game. So I guess I'll be reading.
It just makes me sneeze really bad.
Yeah, that's all it is. As I feel like I have a gag reflex in my nose, but I don't find it painful.
Although the one that we had to do in Brazil was the worst because they did it. And I mean, I swear she stuck it like all
Oh,
the way.
they do. I've had to have that in the hospital, not for this, but for I've been tested for CF multiple times.
Yeah.
Just because when you're in the hospital with lung related stuff, they test you, and I don't fucking sweat.
Oh.
This is all scar tissue, and that's so they couldn't do the sweat test on me. And on top of that, I don't sweat because of the way my skin is. But I also, because of the postnasal drip, because of my allergies, all of that stuff, this is always swollen.
Mm-hmm.
So it always hurts. But I know I literally, the second time I was in the hospital, I was like, I will literally sit under these blankets for as long as I have to for you guys to get the amount of sweat you need, because you've already got an IV in my arm. I don't want you to stick that thing up my nose.
No, it's
It's the
not
most
great.
painful thing.
I don't know. I feel like I've had times where I've like, because I'll go like cliff jumping and shit and like jump off boats, and I've definitely had no water up the nose hurt way more than that. But oh shit, I jumped and I did not think about how that would feel. I've definitely had it hurt worse than it, because I've got a few different COVID tests. For
Yeah, no, literally the first some of the times when I have done it, Emily, like I will be doing this and like there will be like just tears coming out of my eye. Like I'm not even crying. It's just my eyes are just tears.
Yes. That whole nasal cavity is just like a maze.
Oh my God, Nancy.
Oh no. At least you had gloves on.
Come here. Hi,
Listen, pediatric nurses are a godsend. I am alive because of the nurses, probably.
Right?
I don't remember much of it, but I highly suspect that the nurses are what got me.
I do think I've gotten used to the swabs more. Like I feel like, you know, in 2020 when like you were doing it like the first few times you did it and you're just like, oh, this is terrible.
Guys,
Now it's like
so
it is
good.
what it is. All right. I'll see you in 45 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, it's a familiar face.
Hello.
How's it going?
I was joking when I said Thor was going to manifest themselves.
That's right, you did say that.
Oh, I can't hear you, Thor. Uh-oh. Oh, bye.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I shouldn't have said anything. They got
You jinxed it.
Oh, fuck, man. Oh. Guys.
okay. I actually got some things on my list done.
Nice.
Oh, good.
I have Saturday sprints set up.
You're back.
Yes. I
Oh,
couldn't hear
yeah.
you before. So you were talking and I'm like, I'm not that good at lip reading.
We couldn't hear you either.
I was like, shit.
It was really funny. We were talking about people who get mad at you for forgetting you're allergic to shit earlier. And I was like, careful, Thor's gonna manifest. You're gonna manifest
I'm just
Thor
like-
and they're gonna yell at me again.
You turn around, I'm just standing there like,
I'm bombing you.
In my defense, I'm usually much better about like my calculated risks when it comes to food I can and can't eat. Like there are certain things I'll be like, I can probably get away with this.
yeah.
If I take a Benadryl, we'll be fine. But I have to take a Benadryl first.
How did that sprint go for you?
I read 21 pages because I then pulled up my video for the next knitting project that I have to do to
Nice.
keep learning how to knit.
I finished Melinda Lowe's fairy tale, which I quite liked.
Nice.
It's like sapphic Puritans off the fucking Mayflower. I was like, all right,
Love
go
that.
for it.
You do it.
Kinky.
Love that.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be a Puritan,
You might as well do
be-
it poorly. It was very much like Widow is going to be accused of witchcraft, and the other one is like, oh, she makes me feel fiery in a different way.
wrong intention, right execution.
Absolutely, it was good.
There you go.
And now I'm reading Tracy Dion's, and
Ooh.
it's kind of fucked up, to be honest, but enjoyable.
So what is this exactly? I'm confusion.
It's so Dahlia Adler edited it. It's a collection of, like, I guess just own voices, diverse authors rewriting fairy tales.
There you go.
Okay.
So like,
Did that
feel
came out like a couple years ago, or did that come out?
No, it came out in
this year?
December.
yeah, like really recently.
Okay, that's what I thought.
My favorite so far has been Snow White, who is rewritten as a young trans boy, which I love. So Snow White and the Huntsman, same dude. So
Nice.
We love that.
yeah, absolutely.
I was editing, but there's several layers to this video, and it was slowing my computer down while trying to stream. And I was like, I don't want this to crash because I've spent so long editing it.
Oh no.
I feel that on a deep
So
spiritual level.
I'll do it after we're not sprinting.
Nancy's comment is making me cackle.
But we're the Puritans. No, it's the Pilgrims that are by.
Sorry, yeah, listen, it's these were in Boston, not Los Angeles, New Hampshire, so it's different.
Yes. Finished Heartless, very nice. OM freaking G. Didn't think I could love another cowboy more than my cowboy. Nice, nice. We love a wonderful love interest.
Yes, we do.
Finished Things We Do to Our Friends. I'm gonna cook some dinner and pick a new book for the rest of the evening. Very
What do we
nice.
do to our friends?
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
Do you have options for what you're going to read next? Have just over an hour left, and Do I Know You? Nice, you got this. Made it to 60%, and Do I Know You? Nice. 30 pages. Love this book. This is Song of Achilles, right? I need to. And this is be a Thanksgiving. Allergic to every single dish except the turkey.
We yeah, my mom specifically brings sides when we do Thanksgiving in other places that she knows I can eat.
That makes sense.
So, and a lot of my friends have been through me going to the hospital for allergies and stuff. So like a lot of the people that we do Thanksgiving, and family members, a lot of the people that we do Thanksgiving and shit with are like super careful.
Right.
So like they'll at least make sure that I know what I can and can't eat a lot of the time.
Right.
So
That's good.
yeah.
That is really
Especially when you're doing things like with the same people every year. Like
Yeah.
you just know.
Yeah, we haven't done Thanksgiving in forever though. It's with other people that other than my parents, which is fine with me.
What are you doing tonight, Thor?
I am currently working on one of the big premium cards.
Ooh.
So I'm doing that, and then otherwise absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
It was actually funny because I saw that you guys were doing reading sprints, and I was like, oh, nobody invited me to do reading sprints. And Calvin's like, just do reading sprints. And I was like, but it'd be like me just alone doing it by myself. And he's like, that's fucking stupid that you have to be invited. And I'm like, listen, it happens. And he's like, well, just ask them.
Why weren't you in the chat, Thor?
No, these
I
were
was like, hey.
These were super impromptu because they were supposed to be rom-comathon sprints. But both Eva and Michelle had real life friends.
What?
Those.
I don't know. That they were doing stuff with tonight.
All of my friends live in other states now.
Right? And then people wanted sprints. So I was like, okay, we'll do sprints. I don't have anything to do. I don't have real life friends.
I am considering joining my local silent book club.
Silent book club?
Yeah,
That
you
sounds amazing.
Yeah, you talk for a hot minute at the beginning, you read for like an hour, and then you talk for a hot minute at the end.
So like a reading sprint.
Yeah, it's like a long reading, but in person.
But then you have to like leave your house and get dressed.
That's
like,
like all the good parts of the reading sprint.
why
right
don't you just
there.
do a reading sprint?
And you do talk about what you're reading, apparently.
Right, which is exactly what we do during a reading sprint.
But I'm like, I need to start making more IRL friends.
We need to make reading sprints for the Aru Shah stuff going on.
Jesus Christ. I literally was thinking about I need to message Thor about getting what we're doing when we're doing the live show.
It's okay. I haven't talked to anybody in forever. I've been so focused on the Goodreads thing that I just did.
Well, my problem is I think about these things at work.
Right.
And then I get home and I haven't done it. And
What if
it's
you
not
write
like-
it
do it
on
on
a
your phone.
post-it and then like
I could literally message you while I was at work but I don't. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll do that when I get home. No.
I have not read any of these, but I do have Venko on my Libro. That's the only one I know.
I have it in ARC form,
Ooh, nice.
but I haven't read it yet because of the strike. I'm like, I don't even want to.
Is it a Harper title?
Because what?
Is it a Harper title?
Yep, it's a William Morrow.
Yeah.
Okay, that one screwed me over because I didn't realize that William Morrow was Harper, and so my very first 5-star of the year was a William Morrow, and I was like, "Cool!" Oh crap!
That's why I haven't read anything.
But like I specifically like, especially at the beginning of the year, I was like trying because I was like, okay, well, I want to be able to talk about my first 5-star, and so I was like, okay, this is William Morrow. This isn't Harper because I was like thinking like Harper Voyager, Harper, you know, all the different Harpers, and then I was like, oh, William Morrow is Harper.
Like apparently Harper is not a good company to be published at either, unless you're like a big title, because they were talking about the fact that like there is a verb called getting Harpered where they'll buy your book for a lot of money, not do anything to promote it, and then blame you.
But you still got a lot of money.
Yeah, well, because the problem is though that then sets you up where they're it's going to be harder for you to get your next book published. Because if
So
you
you're a
have
one-hit
a
wonder, you're
that
good.
doesn't pay out, it does not look good, and you get offered a whole lot less for the next one if you do get published.
Yeah, it's really hard. And then on top of that, like Avon is a Harper imprint, but they're not on strike. So
They're
it's
not.
It's
They
awkward.
are asking to. They are saying like they are asking to have because basically apparently because there was some stuff that went out, but apparently Avon has been taking advantage of the of the strikers as well. So it's all connected. It's
Yeah.
all connected.
Yeah.
So
Nancy, the reason you're out of the loop, it's more of a U.S. thing because it's only Harper U.S., but essentially the employees are on strike.
on strike.
They're trying to get a $5,000 increase in pay, just a like fair.
They're
wage.
literally
Livable wages in New York
living
City.
wage, and then they're asking for more diversity initiatives specifically amongst the staff.
You know, I just might be like narrow-minded or something, but like I'm thinking to myself, like, if they want these people to live so close to the building, why don't they have like a set dormitory for
That does not go well.
Yeah, that ends up very Russian.
Not even. I was thinking about the
But I'm
I was
sorry, if
thinking
they
about
want
actually the
them to live so
Milltown.
close, then why is
Or
there
that,
no
yeah.
housing?
like that's when you start having company script at the company store, and the company pays for your house and all of your furniture, and then when you get fired, you owe them for all of it.
That's a problem.
So did
Well,
that
there should probably be laws against that could make that situation not a situation.
But yeah, it wouldn't be bad if they like maybe had an apartment where their employees got a little bit better discount or something.
Yeah.
You know, like work with
Like-
somebody.
Like I call like here in Aberdeen, there's a professor that owns like 4 or 5 apartment buildings, and like if you take one of his classes, you get lower rent.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hello, Bree. I've heard they make it hard to earn out. I need HarperCollins to figure it out.
Well, I mean, on top of that, I'm not.
They reached something, didn't they?
They've reached a
A
tentative
tentative
agreement, but they
agreement.
haven't technically said to break the strike yet.
They've reached a tentative agreement. The union has to vote on it to see if they're going to accept those terms or not, or if the strike is going to continue. The other thing that they did is they just like last weekend announced the president announced that they were going to be cutting their staff by 5%.
Yeah.
That's a suck fest.
Yeah.
That
The union needs to hold out, yes. The good thing is that in New York, if you're on strike, you can file for unemployment. So they are not losing any wages by being on strike.
that's nice because you don't have the protections.
New York is
That's
a very union friendly.
It makes sense considering all of the factories that they had and the disasters that happened up in New England and stuff like that. Like that does make sense.
Lived in a Doran situation where the hospital in Arizona called it the nursing home. That's actually like hilarious because you're all nurses.
That actually does make sense though, to have somewhere that you're, especially if you're a hospital, your staff can at least like crash.
Yeah. Hello, Jen. Yes. All right, we're gonna do one more sprint. Do we want to do a 45-minute sprint, or do you want to do a shorter time, longer time?
That works for me.
Okay.
It's not even close to my bedtime right now.
Well, I just saw Cal yawning.
I could do so much stuff in 45 minutes right now. Be great.
Let's take bets on how many things Margaret will actually do in the 45
Well,
minutes.
the problem is that I'll probably do one of my projects that's a little bit longer that I really need to do.
I could do so many things, but just so I don't have to, I'm going to plan not to.
That's me. That's me.
Well, see, because there's, I mean, two of the things that I could do, including the long project, both have deadlines that are tomorrow.
I'm
You should
trying
do
to
them
beat this.
Good for you.
It's for a video.
Which one is that? Hunger Games or
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yeah, Hunger Games is the one that's black. Catching Fire is red, and Mockingjay is blue.
And on
Like the naked
312 of Mockingjay Finnick dies.
It's just because I've been seeing, well, not just because of that, but like I've been seeing a lot of PETA edits, but also because I've never read it before.
Yeah.
So,
Really?
And I just
Nope.
spoiled what happened on page 312 of book 3.
Just Thor
I
doesn't
didn't hear-
even know what
I
we're
didn't
talking
hear
about
any of
yet.
that.
It'll water over under the bridge.
It's
I truly
not.
did not
It's
hear
still
anything.
not water under the bridge. I'm
Have
so
you
upset.
Yeah, but if you stop talking about it, Thor will forget about it by the time they get there.
have you watched the movies?
I've only seen part of the first one.
Oh God.
You're gonna cry. A couple
There's only
times.
one character worth reading about.
Speaking of which, did you see that Nico Dare is in the new Daisy Jones show?
Yes.
I am so sorry.
I
just,
love the
like,
fact that like when I first I was talking to I think it was Eva about it, and I was like, it's Finnegan Dare, and I'm like, I don't even know the actor's name. That's
Sam
Sam
Claflin.
Yeah, Sam Claflin.
like it's Finnegan Dare.
I just
want a
emotionally
sugar
scarred
cube?
all of you, to which I am so sorry.
What?
I said I am so sorry for traumatizing all of you.
I read that series 7 times as a youth.
This is that I am literally only like 10 pages in.
Nice.
So
I actually threw the 3rd book across the room.
as
the
a
first time I read it.
30-year-old person, I'm
I-
so
it's-
sorry.
It's so upsetting to me viscerally.
A lot of really messed up shit happens in the 3rd book, but the only characters I care about are fine. So I was like,
So there's one death in book 3 in particular that was really well done. Like it was super full circle. It was pretty funny. I was like, of course that would happen. Like it's so funny. It makes the entire series pointless. I'm like, wonderful. And then there's one death that is just too far. It's just
There's one in the first one too.
are you talking that first one? Are you talking about who I think you're talking?
Yeah, that was hilarious, man. The whole series is about preventing this one death, and then they just die. And I'm like, that's the funniest shit ever. I was like, Suzanne Collins, you joker. You absolute goofball.
Oh, she knew what she was doing. It was great.
Yeah, but then she hurt my guy. Okay?
Technically, your guy got hurt first. If
Yeah.
we're talking,
If we're chronologically.
Chronologically.
I feel like this is a joke that I am not yet a part of.
Well, then
Oh,
you're gonna
you're gonna get
so
to
mad
be
about
somebody-
it. Be a part of it.
I feel like you're gonna be really mad because you're a mom. I feel
I
like
went
every
through all
mom
of the
that's read
stages
this
of grief over that death.
Thor's
Yeah,
gonna be really
my
upset.
mom couldn't handle that death. Like all the other deaths in all the books, she was like, whatever. And then that death really fucked her up. But I
Don't
feel
get
like
me wrong,
anyone,
I went through them very quickly because again,
Yeah.
not the character I cared about, but like, yeah, considering the dynamics there, I was just like, damn, that would really fuck me up.
yeah, but
I
I,
don't-
see,
I
I
don't
just
know, the
didn't.
death-
At that point, I didn't care because she'd
The
already
death
killed
in
my
the
favorite
first one is
character.
probably gonna suck too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Actually, I read a really interesting book about that death in book 1. That like it went over the entire race theory of how the implication of that death, like completely
yeah.
dissected that from a critical race standpoint, and I was like,
Yeah. Not,
This
not, a,
was
great,
racist
I want to
the
know
whole
more
time.
about this.
not a great look.
It's actually so well dissected, but yeah.
Yeah.
and then she just decided to ghostwrite the last book, not Mockingjay, but the prequel.
Oh, it was so bad. Don't ever read the prequel.
Don't ever read the prequel.
It's like not even a book.
I
Okay,
kind of
okay.
want to read it just to mock it.
It's like it doesn't even have a it doesn't
I
even have
currently
structure.
have a video on my channel called "I Read the Songbirds" and whatever it's called, so that you don't have to. So you can just watch that.
That was a book that was written just so they could make a movie.
Yes, but the thing is that Brianna, if I just watch your video, I don't get views on my own video.
And that one's about the old white man, right?
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely it
Are
is.
we gonna feel bad for the old white man? Is
That's
he,
the
like-
whole point. It's like, you remember this
It's a
old
love
white man
story.
that murdered hundreds of children? Would you like to feel bad for him for a while?
Nah, I won't.
And I'm like,
Is
no,
he
I
like-
never really did actually.
Is he like Dumbledore?
No,
No, he's worse.
no, he's like Voldemort.
No, he's a straight up fascist.
No, he's more like Umbridge.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe a little bit like Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know the thing is that she has this amazing cast of characters who have backstories that we were all like, a prequel on Haymitch, a prequel on Joanna, and she was like, how about the villain?
Yeah.
And not even the good villain, the shitty villain. And
The worst
There's
part,
a good villain.
yeah, there's a pretty good villain in book 3 that's
the
like
worst
a
part
villain.
about that character is that Donald Sutherland plays him.
Oh, he's
He
so
does so
good.
well.
And
Talented.
he's so good. And I'm like,
don't make me like you guys.
Donald Sutherland also plays the father in Pride and Prejudice, and you love that character.
Yeah.
Donald Sutherland is so good because you watch that movie and there is a moment where you're sitting there going, yeah, I can see why he would think this would be logical.
That's not even the first thing that I ever saw him in was a made for TV movie. I don't know what the title, like, to this day I do not know what the title is. I do not know, like, but he had an incestuous obsession with his daughter, and when he couldn't, like, have sex with her, he tried to kill her.
Oh my gosh.
Or Nor.
As a Joyce,
Yeah, he was in that movie with the original girl from Dune.
Oh yeah.
So that's fucked up.
Yeah.
On that note,
So that was the first time I ever saw Donald Sutherland.
this is a wonderful playlist of videos that Thor is in. So you should check this out.
a lot of my friends are in, and I'm just over here like, how do I get to do things like this?
I know.
Like, so many of my friends got pulled for that, and I'm like, was I just not pulled because I spent the entire time on my niece channel trashing Robin Hobb?
No, I don't think anyone cares about Robin Hobb that much.
Some people do.
Some people do.
A few people do.
We had people like anytime I say bad stuff about Robin Hobb, I have so many people unfollow me, unsubscribe. They're just they get so like, the thing that bugs me is not that it's like their favorite series or they like it, it's that they act so condescending when you don't like it or when you point out.
Yeah, that's
I've had so many people be condescending when you don't like it or you point out. Like, they'll be like, oh, well, you haven't read all 16 of her books, so you really can't have an opinion on this flaw in this one book. And I'm like, no, it's a flaw. It doesn't matter what she does in later series.
Margaret, you haven't
No.
seen every single Marvel movie, so I don't think you have a right to speak on the quality of Iron Man 2. I just
Bitch,
don't.
I have been reading Marvel longer than you were alive.
I was joking.
That's my response to anyone who tries to do that to me.
No, but that's what I mean, though. That's ridiculous. That's like an individual piece of art still has to be an individual piece of art.
Okay,
Like,
but the thing is that it's funny that you pick Iron Man because Iron Man is one of the ones that I watched as a child.
Right?
yeah, but Iron Man 2 sucks no matter how many like, even if you've never seen another Marvel movie and you watched Iron Man 2 and you're like, that sucked, I'd be like,
I
yeah.
don't know.
You know what?
I don't know. Thor Dark
People that
World is
everybody-
worse.
It's kind of bad because, like, everybody hates Tony, and I'm like, but I love Tony.
I know.
Tony too.
It's not,
Especially-
Tony wasn't the problem with that movie. The problem with that movie is that they made the first movie twice and then they made it a third time and then they're like, do you get it? Do you get the story now? And everyone's like, yeah, the first one was, we got it. Like,
Yeah,
But
we
I
got
think that's
it.
just because, like, I think it's just because I'm a mom. Because I'm like, all Tony wanted was to be loved.
See, I was watching Batman the Animated Series, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and Iron Man when I was a kid. Those are the ones that I really remember the earliest. And so, like, Tony has when he's his most fucked up, he has always had a spot in my heart that you can't, like, it's just like there's a nostalgia to him.
Okay, and I like the Fantastic Four too, but the most recent Fantastic Four movie, absolute shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
well,
pretty
And I
That's
don't even
because-
have read every Fantastic Four comic to tell you that. That was a bad piece of cinema, my dude.
Yep.
That was pretty bad. Yeah.
So anyway,
Well, and I back to the original point. Like, I think that it's like, if our entire job, it's not a job, but like our entire role here on BookTube is to review books individually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like we all have works where like I can criticize like the book that I just finished. This author has 20 something books. I don't need to read all 20 of them to be like, yeah, the book
Yeah.
sucks.
To know
Like
that
you just
Cassandra
read a
Clare needs a
Cassandra
better
Clare book you
editor.
didn't love, and that's okay. You didn't have to read the next two to comment on it.
And like, here's the thing: if she had done what she did in the book that will not be mentioned in the second book, that's something that you go, okay, that's a plot point and something that's going to be working in the next book. But it was the end of the fucking series, and she just completely abandoned that plot arc. And I'm like, that's bad writing. You did not get the reader to where that makes sense. And most of the people that are okay with it just didn't care about that character and thought she got what she deserved.
Which is also a valid opinion to have.
I mean, it is. It's just like, yeah, but it's bad writing, my friend.
Right. But I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's like, and that's the thing. Like, they can have their opinion, you can have your opinion. And like, that's the thing. Like, books are so subjective. There's like, it's such an art
No
that,
matter.
like, what you see, they maybe didn't see. And that's fine.
I can't wait to read more of this book and tell you all about it because
Yeah.
this is all I mentioned was, hey, I'm reading this book, and it turned into a whole discussion.
I just
and I love it.
the first book can go fuck itself. When you get to book 2,
I like the first book.
the first book's fine. Whatever, I don't care.
It's really well done.
I
It's
only
very well
care
written.
about Finnick. That's
You
all
are
I
all
care
so
about. All these years later, I'm like, okay, so the teens with PTSD all wanted to fuck each other. Fine. Finnick was an adult with a wife.
It's true.
When you get to the sugar cube
Maybe I'm
part-
giving it too much credit. I read Songbirds as a critique on how Capital got so far removed that they didn't see the districts as human. And I didn't sympathize with Snow at all. Yes.
It could have been better done to illustrate that same point, though.
I think that the whole, like, I think this is where she was trying to go, but then they gave him a love interest. And we're like, no one wants to see Snow in love with anyone.
what? Especially because she would like, and also they like turned this icon of like liberation that would be in the other books for like rebellion against the capital into like a really shitty person. Honestly, like she wasn't that great of a person.
Right.
Yeah.
I like what she says in the very first part of the book where she's like, well, I mean, I don't like Gale romantically. He's just, a good hunting partner is hard to find. I'm like, she really had her priorities in check there.
Okay, except later, they're honestly, it's the most ridiculous love triangle of all time. Like, it makes Bella, Edward, and Jacob look like a more sensible love triangle. Because
Really?
it's like, oh my god, we're all traumatized and all of our family members are getting blown up and everyone's dying around us. But like, oh my god, like, do you have a crush on PETA? Because that would be insane. Like, don't.
Okay, well, this is going to be really, really ironic considering Liam Hemsworth plays Gale. But I felt like a lot of that was making a point about Katniss is trying to hold on to her old life. And that was part of her trying to hold on to her old life.
But like, I feel like if it was written today, like out of the sphere of the 2010 YA era, you wouldn't need Katniss to have a love interest. Like, she's a really interesting character without a love interest.
She is, I think. So there is something to be said about the fact that like she sees a future at the end. Like she's been in survival mode for so long, there has not been any space or time or room in her head for something like that. And I think it could have been done a little bit better, but I like kind of what that says about where she is by the end of the series, that she has gotten to a place where she does have room for that.
Also, okay. As a kid, I was like, fuck Gale, Team PETA all the way, right? And like, still yes, because I still think PETA's better for Katniss than Gale. However, as a kid, I was like, yeah, Gale's way too violent, wanting to blow everybody up for his own meat. Now I'm like, yeah, blow everybody up. Be as violent as you need to be.
I mean, you're not wrong about that.
We're going to read, and I'm going to do 35 minutes because now we've talked way longer than we were planning to.
I'm sorry, that was my fault technically.
I have so
No,
much-
you're fine.
I just like set fire and just.
You're fine. You're fine.
This
all right.
girl is on fire.
I'll see you in 35 minutes.
Sounds good.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I did nothing. And I'm okay with that.
I read Drag Queen Cinderella.
Nice. Who wrote that one?
Someone named Alex London, who I have not heard of before.
Okay.
Alex London?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's a very clear author.
Oh, I got that impression.
They've got, it's something, there are wings on one of their covers, I think. Like, I know of them. I've seen their stuff before.
Okay.
I read 4 more pages.
Good for you.
Nice.
I have questions. What the frick do they mean by flesh eaters? Like, are there actual zombies in this world?
No. Do they mean the mutations?
The-
What?
Do you wanna read the whole sentence to me?
It's from like the first like.
I mean, there are definitely things that will eat your face off in that book.
Yeah, but they're not people.
Well,
Yeah. Did you know about this?
No.
Charming young man.
Oh my goodness.
This sounds wonderful.
Bro, you always know everything.
Finished Blood Marked a little earlier, and then watched some YouTube videos. Very nice.
oh yeah,
50 pages of Thanks of Neon Gods.
Oh, I got to
Yeah.
check another thing off of my list, and I started on a third thing. So that's 3 things that I have started today, not including cleaning my room, which I'm going to do when we're done, because I'm halfway done that.
Nice. We got crochet a podcast for the last one. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. I watched a couple of YouTube videos. I was like, I don't want to listen to my audiobook right now.
I had
I didn't
to
have my headphones. I didn't have my headphones, and the door is open, and then so Derek would have just made fun of me for chipmunk speed. That's just so boring.
Yeah, I had to stop because I had to go listen to Taylor Swift songs to figure out what some of these prompts are going to be.
Great choice.
What?
Great choice. Also, Margaret, until you told me to add New Romantics to our playlist, I hadn't heard it.
Yes.
So now I've been listening to it a lot. And
Yes.
it's a perfect beat to practice heel work to.
That's funny. It is my favorite song on that album.
Oh, easy.
Not even joking.
Easily the best song on that album. It feels like it's like a later song. Like it feels like it could be off Lover or Reputation
Yeah.
instead.
It's so good.
But also the perfect beat to practice heel work to. It's like she wrote it to train dogs.
Which is funny because she only has cats.
Cats.
Reading Book Lovers, got to page 142. How are you liking it? The cover is on the Epic Reads site.
I'm gonna go look up the cover. I added it on Goodreads.
About half an hour left. Got close to getting frustrated with one of the characters, hoping this works out quickly so I don't lower my rating. Hate it when that happens. I've heard such mixed reviews on this, so the live show on Saturday is going to be very interesting.
Like
New Romantics is underrated. It's fair.
It is.
Yes.
which one's that? The two.
That one's one of the ones from 1989. And like it is the millennial song. Like
I'm not a millennial, so I can't speak on that.
So glad you're liking it. That's awesome.
I fucked up.
All right.
I've also been watching Degrassi, so I'm surprised I even like caught it here today. But I had to take a break because something bad happened.
I have to take a break anytime something extremely emotionally embarrassing is going to happen. on anything. Books,
Yeah.
shows.
That would be literally every single episode. There's the cringiest shit happens.
Like there's a certain level of finding out that I'm like, nope, I can't be here for this. Bye.
That's like me with musical shows. Anytime a character breaks into song, I'm like, oh God, I'm gone. I'm out. I'm done.
There we go. Skip.
Whoa.
I can think of like 2 musicals shows that I liked.
They're not comfortable.
No.
Like,
They don't fit naturally.
if the show is not meant to be a musical, like there's two episodes I was like, yeah, this makes sense. In World, this makes sense because in World we're already slightly campy.
no, but you know, like even in a movie, like a movie musical, like I can watch Grease and it's not gonna make me cringe when they burst into song, okay?
I watched West Side Story this weekend.
I can do it. I can watch that. Even if it's not a good musical, I can watch it. I'm like, this is normal. There's 2 hours of this. I can handle it.
Yeah.
But when it's just like I couldn't sit with Crazy Ex-Girlfriend or shows like that where I'm like, stop, just enough. Holy shit.
I like those when that, like, if that is, here's my thing, is with musical episodes, if that is your premise, like Gallivant, beautiful, fantastic, Alan Menken is a god.
It could have been the Grey's Anatomy musical episode.
Yeah, but
God, that was awful.
I'd rather kill myself and watch that again.
in a show, the only show that has done that well is Buffy.
Buffy.
The only one.
Yeah.
The only, and 99% of that is James Marsters being a badass.
Exactly.
I did not get to that episode, so I have no idea what you're talking
But
about.
also, it's like Buffy's a ridiculous show, anyways.
Yes, it's already a campy show.
Yeah.
So you have to, like,
But I still skipped any song that wasn't James. I couldn't.
Yeah. You like it. It has to fit in with the feeling of the show, and typically that only works if the show is already a musical.
Who is it for? Like, who enjoys it? Is my question. Like, who is asking for musical episodes?
So, like,
Weird,
some
weird
animated
people.
show probably makes sense. Some of the the songs on the Supergirl Flash crossover were really good and really well done. The cast was mostly from Glee.
Right.
I can't watch Glee though.
And in
Glee
World-
makes me uncomfortable.
I was gonna say, in World, again, it made sense. Like, those are the only 2 that I'm like, yeah, those are good musical. You guys killed that.
I can't watch Glee.
All right. Well, we are going to end this here. There will be rom-comathon sprints tomorrow on Aoife's channel. I don't know what time they're starting, but they'll be daytime for us in the States because she's in Germany. So, do you guys have anything that you want to plug?
I have sprints on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
If you haven't watched the Goodreads Choice
Yes.
Awards playlist, go do that.
I'll
Because, oh my gosh, I watched the entirety of Monet's and I'm like, poor thing.
I'll do that once I'm done being hyperfixated on Vox Machina. I haven't watched
Watched a
single
couple of them, but the
video in
rest
like
of them
a
are
week.
still on my watch later.
I think I've only seen like a couple episodes, and me and Calvin were like, yeah, we were not prepared for this. We're going to take a break.
The show or the actual Critical Role campaign? Because I'm watching
the animated show. The shit hit the fan really fast, and we were like, whoa.
so quickly.
Should I watch it, Margaret? It would get rid of the element of D&D that I don't like.
You'd like Scanlan. I feel like you'd probably get super attached to Vax.
I think that he should watch it.
It's worth it. It's a really like adult humor show, and I enjoy it.
You gotta watch it, dude.
Good night.
You gotta watch it.
Okay. As if adult humor has ever turned me
Yeah,
away.
No, I mean, like,
chaotic
it's a
and he's
very,
gonna
like,
it.
campy, ridiculous shenanigans. Like, God, honestly, I don't know that
I'm just in it for the big barbarian dude, really.
Oh, I love him both.
he does Grog so well.
Tomorrow I'm doing episode 2 of my Unhaul project.
Nice.
Tomorrow.
Excited for that.
I'm
Yeah.
hoping I finish editing my unpacking my bookshelves vlog. Well,
Ooh,
yeah, we'll see.
those do really well.
That's why I filmed it.
Like, you put organizing my bookshelves on any video, like, that will do well.
Oh, I may need to I need to organize my bookshelf, so maybe I'll do a vlog.
There you
about
go.
I'll
it.
have to organize mine depending on when the HarperCollins stuff comes to a head.
It's lots of me bending over, shelving things, and Cassie coming up, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you want a kiss?" I'm like, no.
All right, well,
no,
everyone is
no.
linked down below, and you might have to refresh the page, but I will see you all later.